And there we go. We've got sound. I hope. Can you hear me? Hello? Is anybody out there? Anyway, very good evening to everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And you are watching VolcanoX live stream. And Henry Nelson says, I hear you, quack. And a 5x5 and all that. And thank you. Thank goodness. I thought it was my problem. And okay, so everybody is hearing me. Hi, Sue. And the Martian has landed. I thought it was just because the lava disappeared. The liquid lava, that is. The liquid stuff. You know, hot, gooey, red, orangey stuff. Not like that, what that one smart fish there was trying to accomplish. Oh, smart fish. Okay. Anyway. All good. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you on board. And happy eve of summer. How about that? What Imbo? I have no idea what that is. All right. Anyway, happy summer's eve, I guess is what we call it. The day before summer starts, you know, where you have hey, careful with that laughter. We don't want any of that profanity here. There, one fish. Oh boy, this is getting worse and worse. Anyway, that camera keeps panning around looking at stuff, but there's nothing to look at other than cooled, dry lava. I'm sure it's not really cold, but I'm thinking that it's not that good. And then the days get shorter. No, the days get long. Well, yeah, the days get shorter. Actually, the days are still 24 hours, whether we like it or not. Or 23 hours, 59, 56 minutes and whatever. But that's okay. The days don't, yeah, I know what you mean, Tom. The daytime gets shorter. That means, yeah, less sunshine. But right now all we are getting is liquid sunshine here, so I'd be happy with just a real sunlight. That would be nice. Anyway, I'm glad to have everyone on board here today. Let's start out with the first person in today, and I'm reluctant to give him his cookies. They're going to get all soggy, but I'm going to anyway because that's my rules here. Is that one fish 26? He was being mean and being a smart fish. Oh, there you go, one fish 26. You got your cookies. Enjoy them. I hope they get soggy on you. Oh, I'm mean. I know. There he is. Dr. Fox, you've got great weather if you're a duck. Yeah, I haven't seen that duck yet. I'm sure he's around here somewhere. I'm pretty sure I've seen him earlier, so he's got to be right close by. And I'm wondering where I seen him, but we'll find him. He's going to be here somewhere. I'm pretty sure of it. But uh-oh, I think we spotted him. There he is. There he is. Okay. Yep. The duck is back. One fish 26. Are your cookies soggy? Yeah. Oh, you know, they will become a duck food, so you can let them float up, and I'm sure the duck will enjoy that. Anyway, for all those good people who are joining us, glad to have you on board. One fish 26, of course, got the cookies. and we will say hello to everyone shortly here. Big news is Kilauea is no more doing no more lava output. It completely quit, and that is just kind of depressing. I'd rather have ducks than gremlins. Well, yeah, me too, I guess, sort of. So that'd be okay. Anyway, let's get rid of the banner. First thing I just want to talk about, you see what happened to that southeast, the southwest area just out in front of the wonderful southwest fountain that is no more. Everything seems to have dropped by several meters, and that is not just because of the gases coming out of the lava, but rather from it actually draining off somewhere. And that is something kind of interesting and mysterious. You can see that around the edges there. So fairly deep, and we'll see what happens. And let's get at saying hello to everyone. We'll work on that in a second. I just want to say, or see, yeah, I got my screen back. Yeah, they're moving that pan, tilt, and zoom camera back and forth too quickly. Really doesn't do a heck of a lot for us. So maybe they're anticipating something new. I have no idea. One of the things that we do have to be conscientious of with the flow stopping is there a possibility that, what I mentioned yesterday, that there is some kind of a blockage to the lava flow, and is it going somewhere else? I mean, there was a lot of pressure, continuous pressure, and for it to stop all of a sudden kind of is like, I could understand it getting less and less over a period of maybe a couple of days or something, but we noticed that it pretty much shut off in about 20 minutes. And, for a reservoir to be emptied that quickly, and have to kind of wonder, tilt and rift zone, did it go somewhere else like in 2018? And Henry, that's something that I'm wondering. How is the camera controlled? I'm not sure. They have set it to basic pattern is what I guess, or two presets, just jumping back and forth between the two presets there. One fish, and that's what it looks like this shot right here, and the other one of the easterly view, that is that one. So not sure exactly what they're doing with it, but that's kind of what we're seeing. Anyway, let's get at saying hello to everyone, and we'll start out first off by saying hi to our moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy and CND Boy, who is there. Perhaps they are anticipating a crater collapse. Sue, that could very well be, and that may be why they're panning back and forth. Anyway, so yeah, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and our CND Boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. So those are our wonderful moderators. Thank you, moderators, for helping out and being here and doing a fantastic job. And let's get at other things here. Say hi to everyone. We'll start out by saying hello to Sue Hayes and Kevin Haynes and OneFish26, who got the cookies. Henry Nelson is here. Grandma B, welcome on board. And going up looking for others. Mars 2028 is here. Charlotte also on board. Welcome. Tom Dice and Pepper also here. And I got Charlotte, I got Kevin. Okay, scrolling upward looking for other names. And we got Sue already. Robert Frary also here. Welcome, Robert. And going up looking for more wonderful people. Not that you guys aren't all wonderful people. Dan. I see Dan is here. Welcome. And we got Henry, we got Charlotte, we got everyone else so far. A lot of chatting, which is exactly what is nice. And I'm up as far as I can go. I don't see any other names. So if I didn't say your name, I do apologize. But sometimes that happens. And if you didn't hear your name being called out, speak up. Say something. We'll say hi to you. And on those notes, yeah, let's get at what we're seeing here. And it is kind of a sad sight, the way we see this having ended so quickly. And Sue made it, said something here, or an abrupt eruption like on June 7th. Well, that is possible. You know, it's this whole thing very, very different. Every 30 seconds it looks like. Oh, it's a panning. Yeah. Yeah, every 30 seconds or so, back and forth. There's that Wonky Donkey. I'm going to question him for a minute. Wonky Donkey, are you responsible for the lack of lava, liquid lava that is, there at Helima crater? And tell us the truth, Wonky Donkey. And were you out with the trucks last night? Did you suck it dry? This is what we need to know. It's a question that's been asked, and people are looking at you. Oh, welcome, Trev. Glad to have you on board. And don't worry, we won't blame you. At least not completely. Oh, anyway, a little bit of fun there. Gotta poke at him a little bit, otherwise that donkey is going to get his ears all in a knot and we're going to have trouble. Anyway, good to see you. Well, possible. Okay, well, what are you doing with that? Are you going to tell me that something is maybe amiss there in Iceland? Is that maybe what you're going to tell me, Wonky Donkey? Huh? Have you got any kind of sound proof if you tell me that? Like maybe an earthquake swarm in Fraggrafjall? Huh? Maybe. Let's hear it. He's kind of scratching his head there, trying to figure that one out. Oh, anyway, let's go over the rest of this, what we got going on at Kilauea. We'll start out by looking at yesterday's photos, and that was while it was still raining and still kind of going, and it didn't do so well. And this is today's shot, and of course, looking at that, down in the bottom here, you can definitely see where that lava has vanished, and you can see how this is broken off along the edges here. And we are seeing probably between, I think, 2 and 4 meters of a drop in that whole area. So that is a lot of lava. And, you know, when you take a look at, even if it is only 2 meters that was there that dropped over, I don't know, that's probably 10, 12, 14 acres. Where did it go? That is the big question, right? So that is something we have to consider and look at. It is a very, very large caldera, so is there a possibility that there's something else going on here? This, of course, was from the other view, the B1 camera that they rescued and moved. And that's yesterday's shot. Let's take a look at today's shot from that side. and it looks a lot calmer there, less smoke being emanated into the atmosphere, and not really too much more to add to that shot. Yesterday's, of course, thermal shot is this one from 1328, and let's take a look at today's and see how bad it got. Okay, so there's today's shot from 1316, and yeah, you do still see some hot lava underneath there, but it definitely has decreased in the amount. Here's your west lava pond, the old one, and we no longer are able to tell where that toe hole was. I'm surprised we're still seeing some glow in these other places here, right by Pig Island, and of course out in here, some of these spots awful bright yet. So we likely do have some magma sitting there. Oh, that scary part. I don't know what happened, Piggy. Here, huge spider hunting. Uh-oh. I don't like spiders. Piggy, use crayons. Throw the crayons at the spiders. We'll give you a few, and you can do that. There's some extra ones, just in case. And if you find graffiti all over your house, blame it on the spider. Anyway, so that is our thermal shot, and looking at it even down on the bottom. Oh, it was big enough to throw them back at you. Oh boy. Well, you be careful and get thistle to protect you. Even a thistle ran from it. Wow. Any idea what kind of spider it was? If it's big enough to throw crayons back, that's got to be a huge spider. Anyway, let's leave our wonderful Kilauea alone. Helema Uma'u, of course, not doing so good. The report that we had on that from today, and I want to bring that up in a little bigger screen. There we go. We got the whole thing. So as of this morning, this was what was issued. Kilauea volcano update. Lava and effusion has stopped today. So you see that a poor picture of very little glowing stuff coming from it, and the batch of lava from the southwest vent has stopped feeding the southwest lava lake today. And image of USGS, of course, in their report. So the effusive eruption within Helema Uma'u crater has been interrupted. It's been interrupted, they say. Wow, who interrupted it and why? The lava supply from the southwest cinder cone in the crater wall to the southwestern lava lake has ceased, or at least decreased to about at about 1600 local time this afternoon. Up to this change, the event actively had been mainly vigorous. So, and we've seen that, and I actually have the chance to actually record that portion where we've seen it go from what it was doing to what it basically stopped at. So I'm going to be reporting that, or posting that video later today once the show is finished, and we'll see what happens there, if we can see something else. But right now I think it's kind of a wishful, or watch and wait and see. Yep, a wonky donkey says he did it. Okay, he's guilty. And definitely the wonky donkey is guilty. Tarantula, a big brother. Tarantula's a brother? It's in my sty. Help. I hope you can find it there, Piggy, and it may be uh, hiding somewhere. Oh boy, yep, and those big spiders. I don't like them either. They're like creepy and crawly. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there at our wonderful Kilauea. Don't know what else to add to it. It's just an unfortunate thing that, things do stop, and there's not a heck of a lot that we can do about it to keep going with that. So hopefully we'll see some more lava popping up in the near future. Maybe it's just taking a break. We know these things do that. Anyway, let's pop over to Iceland, see what that looks like. And of course, there is our wonderful view from mbl.is on top of the Perlin Center. And you'd swear that that is in, like very, very early evening or something with the height of the sun being up there. But that is just about 11:30 at night. And that is pretty incredible. So yeah, 11:27 is the time, 11:28, and we are seeing just about complete daylight. So that is what Iceland is looking like right now, a little drier in the city of Reykjavik, the capital city, of course. And we'll go back about 10 hours, have a quick peek. Looked a little more cloudy then, but they did have the windows open on the Perlin Center, so that's awesome. And you can see how green everything is. A beautiful look. So let's take a look at the next shot, which will be off on the left hand side. Going to put this one back to live and make it smaller, and go to this one. This is, of course, again from the Perlin Center. There we are seeing the regional airport there, and we are just off the what we were looking at there. So to the right is where all that other stuff is. Clear enough to see Kilauea over here, off in the distance. If we go back about 9 hours or so, we'll see what it looked like then. And not quite as clear. We can still see Kilauea though, looking pretty good. And I guess that's not bad for today. Let's leave that be. Going to make that one smaller. Go over to the next one. This, of course, is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right down on the end. And this road here going up to the, that goes right up to the lighthouse that is fairly close. There's our primary steam vent from the geysers here. And, of course, the power plant, which in turn is doing some getting power or geothermal power from that steam. Unfortunately, we can't see the houses over there in Grindavik because of that steam, but we can see the top of Ragnar right there, so that's actually a pretty awesome shot. And then, of course, over here is where the Blue Lagoon is. You can kind of see a little bit of that steam coming up, so that's where the other power plant is. Going back real quick, about 9 hours, and there we go. We see what it looked like at that point in time, and yeah, you can almost make out the houses there in Grindavik. And again, looking over there, you can see a little bit of that steam coming up over at the Blue Lagoon area. Let's leave that one be, and I know it is just about break time, so we'll do the break. This is the sunset at Katla. There is Katla, the big ice mound. That is where the volcano is buried in ice. And that is a fairly nice shot of the sunset. And doing well. Welcome Philomena, as well as Juliana and Sharon Stewart. And King Colin Deadman also popped in. Did I miss anyone else? Mars, Piggy, I had too much vodka at the Samba party, and what? I got way closer than I should have taking a picture called the Brazilian jumping spider for nothing. You don't want jumping spiders. Anyway, let's back up a little bit on that one. Unfortunately, they were in cloud earlier, but we can go back about an hour and a half or so and see what it was looking like. You can see Kilauea right there, so not bad. Or is it not Kilauea? Catlaw, sorry. I'm thinking other things. And I'll put that one back to live. We'll make it smaller. We'll go and take a look at the other shot real quick. And there it is from the other camera view. And again, a sunset happening, and we can see the cloud is sitting on top of it. And this angle is slightly different, and doesn't allow us to see the volcano or the ice pack as well. Anyway, I'll leave that there. Going to put this back over here, and we'll put it back on this one so we can all cry and drool in the meantime, and keep an eye on this. No, save me, Piggy. I wish I could help you out, but you're very, very far away. I got to sleep. Oh no, don't sleep with the spider in there. That spider is gonna cocoon you, and then you'll be in trouble. Oh boy, and that is bad. Can't Kermit come and get the spider? I thought frogs eat spiders too. Anyway, on that note, yeah, stay safe. Let's put on some music. Actually, I was thinking I will load that video up, and we'll kind of show you. Let me do that. I'm going to load that video up from the last of the stuff coming out of our wonderful Kilauea, and that was from yesterday, of course. I'm going to let that play during the break. So this was from 1545 onward yesterday. We know at 1556 is when it actually died out. So let's do that. I got to sleep. Dr. Fox, don't make me swear. Don't swear, Piggy. Anyway, that is what our wonderful Kilauea was looking like before it died out. And in about 10 minutes from that clock time onward is when you'll see, actually if you watch this, you'll see it start to burst, or pulsate, I should say. And it's kind of interesting. So at first it's very little pulsations, but if you keep an eye on the output, you'll see it is in fact pulsating. And that's kind of weird. I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava. I will be back. And Piggy, I hope you find that darn thing and evict it from your sty. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Or if we hear Piggy screaming, maybe sooner. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And if you happen to hear that, don't panic. It's only my local ducks. They're taking over since it's still raining. I'll be back. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And we'll be here somewhere. I want to put that little archived thing on so people don't get confused here. Archive footage. There we go. I'll be back. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And of course, you're seeing on screen the archive footage of yesterday, 1558. I don't know if you've been paying attention to that, but the pulsation had started a little earlier there, and you could see how it was fluctuating and how the lack of lava was pumping back out there. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Henry, and welcome Nancy Buchanan, and thank you Philomena, and thanks Nancy, and also thank you DJ, and I hear you DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart with a couple of quacks there. All right, thanks Kevin as well. Anyway, looking at that scene, this is when it was just dying, right? And that is kind of what we see. Thanks, Mars. And you know, that's the end throes, if you will, of our wonderful Helima Umo'u crater's eruption. So, kind of looking at what the last efforts were. And like I said, because I do have this video saved, I will be posting it later on, and we'll see. It did have a few of those burps, and I did shoot out a little bit more lava out of the pipe, and then again it dropped right back down to nothingness. So pretty cool. Kia ora to Grenzed and Amelia as well. Welcome to both of you from New Zealand, and that is awesome. And let's see who else we've got. Anyway, we did see the that on the screen there, and I thought it was kind of nice to be actually, you know, able to show this, how it came to its end. And I think it was pretty cool because we caught the original part of the start of the eruption, and of course we're catching the end of this eruption. So it did start on the 7th of June, so pretty awesome, and we did have that video up as well. And I'm hoping, something went wrong there with their camera focus. I'm sure they'll get that focused again. But that is what we had going on, and always interesting to see that. Anyway, we'll leave it be, and I'll actually, well, we'll show the rest of this video later. Going to try to find where I put it to be able to, oh, there we go. We'll pause it somewhere around here, and I do have about another 16 minutes of that right at the end, so we'll look at that when we get back. Anyway, we had a look at Iceland, and that didn't look too bad. Let's take a look at the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland, and we may have spotted where that lava has gone, but I'm not going to say much. Let's go to the harmonic tremor charts. There you go. There is a Fagradalfjall's chart for today, and I say that is a mite busy looking. Lots of little spikes in here, and one really whopper that is right off the scale, and a bunch more. So our magmatic kind of dropped a little, picked up a little, and kind of settled back down. Our seismicity on the way up, that so the purple one is our magmatic seismicity, is the green, and the blue, of course, is a tectonic movement, and that is what we're seeing. So that is what we've got going on there. Just Iceland still thinks Grimsvatn will pop, but But the heat's off Askja. Okay. Well, Askja has been quiet for a while, and you know, everyone has thought that Askja was going to pop, but we know better. don't say it's going to pop until it actually does, because it will make you a little bit on the silly side, I think. Piggy throws in a wonderful super chat. Thank you, Piggy. I'm just going to write that down, Piggy, and throws in bites Dr. Quacker's 2023 a spider scare. What? A scarer? Spider scare? Yikes! And that is well. I'm glad you got him, Piggy. That is important, and that way you can get some sleep and don't have to worry about him crawling in your snout while you're snoozing. Anyway, looking at the ASCIA chart, we see it did have a definite increase in magmatic activity and steadied out up at the end of the day. Seismicity did go up and drop back down a little bit. As far as the tectonic action, not a heck of a lot going on there. Certainly nowhere near the amount of what we've seen. Time to leave this channel, LOL, going off. Okay, Piggy, C&D boy is here anyway, so we should be all right, and you have a good sleep, and I'm sure you will sleep well now that the spider is gone. ASCIA is going to erupt. It's not if, it's when. Amelia, it's, yeah, the when is exactly the question. What year? Oh, anyway, let's go down and take a look at some of the other charts. We want to take a look at the Grimsey up on the northern end of Iceland. And let's see if we can find that real quick. There's a Grimsey. A Grimsey still broken. No report from Grimsey. Let's take a look and see. Grindavik. Well, Grindavik is back in action, so we do see the magmatic here, the purple frequency, showing a slight decrease, an uptick, and it's leveled out again, just like the other one did for Fragedalfjall. And we did see the drop in seismicity and move back upward as well. Now we do see this in between here, and that big spike not as high on this one as opposed to what we've seen at Fragedalfjall. So what is going on? Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of Fragedalfjall, right next to it. And the next one we're going to look at is Kristavik, and that is to the northeast of Fragedalfjall. And we'll take a look and see what it was doing. There is Kristavik. And yep, it had down and up and down as far as our magmatic movement is concerned. And looks like a slight drop in the morning for a seismicity, and then a rebound going back up on a steady basis. As far as looking at the amount of quakes in there are quite a few, and of course we see that larger one going right off the scale as well, even though this scale is maybe set a little low, but that is okay. We don't mind seeing that. At least it gives us a pretty good indicator that whatever it was there at Fragedalfjall is very close to what's happening there at Kristavik as well. But let's get over to the earthquakes, because that is what is going to really kind of tell us what's going on here at Fragedalfjall. So clicking on the button and getting over to the map. There we go. And the last 24 hours we had 82 earthquakes. And we see up north here, not bad. And then we come through the central region, not that many quakes happening. So let's start up north, and you see this mess down here. We'll get to that in a few minutes. Up by Grimsey, there's a Grimsey, and I don't see a heck of a lot. That broken sensor, 6:48 a.m. We had a 1.3, 22 kilometers down. That's quite deep. The 2.2 right there in magnitude, 16.8 kilometers down, 1725 for him. A 0.6, 9 clicks down, 57 minutes after midnight. We got a 0.6 there, 5.6 kilometers down from 2:16 a.m. Then we've got 0.9, 7.3 kilometers down, 6:47 in the morning, and at 6:45 we had a 1.3, 6.3 kilometers down. Moving downward, we don't see a heck of a lot in between there, but let's look at Askja, the place that everyone wants to have erupt, but it will on its own time. At 22:37 from today, 0.2, 5.2 clicks down, 0.4 from 5.5 kilometers down from 22:55, 0.2, 5.1 kilometers down from 14:23, and a 0, 4.8 kilometers down from 21:31. Leaving that be, let's go a little further south. We do see a 0.3 here in the middle of nowhere, 4.9 kilometers down, 8:50 a.m. And the next is a 0.7, 5.5 clicks down, and that came in at 2012. And here at Bardabunga, we have a 0.2, 1.1 kilometers down from 2051. My bad. Let's go a little further south. We do have a couple here, and this one is from 1325. It's a 0, 1.1 kilometer down. What is it? Torfajalt, if I said it correctly, is the area it's in. The other one is a 1.1 kilometer down. 1323 is the time on it. Going down here at Katla, having a look, a few right close in, 1.59, 135 kilometers down, 135 meters down. 10:09 is the time on it. We've got a 0.8 just to the north of it, 4.3 kilometers down from 10:08. There we go. And from 21:46, a 0.4, 1.1 clicks down. Then we've got this guy here, a 0.5, 1.1 kilometer down, 21:46, and a 0, 1.1 kilometer down from 21:54. And then we've got this guy here, 1.5, 5.3 kilometers down, 21:03. And over here at Eyjafjallajökull, we have this one, 3:32 a.m., a 0.1, and that is 1.1 kilometers down. And that is good for right now. I am going to go take a break, you guys. And I heard the break master tell me it's a time. So will I get back to the rest of the quakes, and of course the area I'm happy about is right in here. You see what's happening. That's beautiful. I like that. Anyway, we'll take a look at that after the break, after bacon seeds. Bacon seeds coming up, and don't go away. For those good people who are here, I am going to say, hey, hit that like button if you are enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. I'm going to leave you with the final throws of the vent there from yesterday, and that is our wonderful southwest vent on Helmaumu crater. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, with some friendly ducks here. And we'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes with bacon seeds, and then we will go from there. Keep smiling. Here comes some music, and enjoy it. there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Calm down there, ducky. Anyway, there's some ducks around, and thank you for the welcome backs from Mars and Kevin and Henry and Sue and Wonky saying Dr. Quackery, he's back. Thank you. Anyway, that is awesome. Yeah, what you're seeing on the screen are the final throws of what was happening there yesterday, and as you see, I marked it as archive footage. This was from 16:10 last night, so this is right at the end of when that volcano was, or the vent was erupting. and we see the residual lava flow right there going into the tow area at the top of the screen, and of course still flowing into the west lava pond, which of course ceased to flow, and we'll see what happens. And we know that the levels have dropped quite a bit since then, so that is what we were seeing. I did see a couple of new people pop in here. Well, not new, but videos videos de ecologia. Welcome, and live long and prosper as well. Awesome. And I hear you, Quacker Fox 2000. Quacker Fox 2000. Okay. Oh, there it is again. It's those darn ducks. I don't know what to do about them. And well, let's see what happens. Anyway, this is what it was looking like yesterday as it was dying off. And we just wanted to show that, since we did show the beginning of this particular event, or the beginning of the eruption back on the 7th. And it ran for a while, and now it's shutting down. So pretty much done and gone. And hopefully it will work and continue with some more eruptive activity later on. We'll see. Everything always has a reason for it, and right now we're still kind of up in the air as to what are we going to see in the future from our wonderful Helima crater. Time for some lurking. Well, it's actually a time for some bacon seeds. So let us do a couple of things here. Not much left in that video. It's got about 9 minutes left, so we'll leave that be. We'll go over to get the bacon seeds and see what we've got going on there. And of course we remember this one. Apparently that is banana ice cream, according to Piggy. And Piggy did send us some more bacon seeds. So that was pretty good. Apparently the pigs like banana ice cream. Anyway, there's Piggy sending some more. And let's see what everything is about today. I'm kind of getting a funny hint here that we may have something going on in today's theme. I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds like could be something. That looks more like a goose rather than a duck, though. Or is it a white-billed or white duck? We'll see. Wait, I'll stay with the chat for the mystery volcano. Okay. And that is awesome. Mars, and here's another shot. Is that a duck or a goose? Hard to tell, but definitely looks like, some kind of an animal of some sort. Anyway, nice looking pig there, as well as the wonderful ducky, or a goose. Let's carry on. We'll take a look at the next one. It's not a dodo. Are you sure? That is what they're saying. Actually, it doesn't look like that dodo picture at all. Definitely something different. Dennis Ray, welcome. Kicking in the lounge. All right. Here's another shot. And wow, that is pretty cool. Not sure what all is going on there with all three of them, but looks like the piggy is taking care of the wonderful little furred things. I was going to say feathered, but they got no feather. They're still a downy. Dodos went by the way of the dinosaurs, alas. Okay, when did you become such a quack, Dr. Fox? It's not me. I'm telling you, it's not me. And there's our next shot. Has nothing to do with me. This, what is? Oh my God, what is going on? This duck is going crazy here. Anyway, that is our next bacon seed. And again, looks like a goose rather than a duck. But hey, I'm no expert. I just have those things hanging around. Here's your next one. And, you know, somebody's going to get a bill for that. Get it? Get a bill? Never mind. Bad humor. Bad dad humor. Okay, let's leave that. A cute picture. Foxes, don't foxes sometimes eat ducks? Yep, and geese too, and other nice and delicious fowl, if you will. So, welcome, Cananascus country, and let's get to the next one. I thought we seen that guy before. Did we not see him earlier? Maybe not. I'm thinking that might be a different shot. Kind of neat though. I like it. Let's go to the next one. And all right, we've got a little bacon seed and a yellow furry furred bird. Yeah, fur bird. Oh boy, I have no words for that. I really don't. Oh boy. What's next? Let's see. We've got a couple more of these. And here's another pig enjoying a little bit of a company. Downy bird. Yep, and that is awesome. And that one looks like it's a fresh hatchling. Very, very cool. And that pig is watching over it. Nice. The guardian pig. Gotta love it. With a smile yet. And let's get to the next shot. And this one is smiling. And he's got himself a yellow bird. Looks maybe like I have no idea, a duckling or a goose or something. But it's right there. Let's see. I got one left for today. Last bacon seed of the show today, and that is this one. And I don't know how many ducks are in that bathtub, but I think that piggy is going for a swim, and he's making sure all his little rubber duckies are in order. Wow. Any idea how many's in there? I'm not going to bother counting. There are too many. Pepper, heel. Yeah, Pepper, calm down. You'll be okay. Yeah, there's a few ducks in there. Rubber ducks, that is. Okay, a multitude. Definitely quite a few. And the pig, of course, standing a guard, about 60, I'd say. The hogwash is a little crowded, Dr. Fox. Yep, it does look that way, but I'm sure the wonderful piggy can squeeze in there and do your thing. Thank you, Piggy. Off to the meeting. Stay safe, all. And yes, thanks, Piggy, for providing us with this wonderful enjoyment, and it was really quite ducky, if you ask me. So we'll leave that be. Let's get over to the other shots here. Okay, I got to turn that other video back off again because it starts automatically. There we go. And we will hide it for now. And of course, this is the present view there at the Helmaumo crater. That is current from 1418 Hawaii time today. And as you can see, no visible red hot liquidy flowing lava. Anyway, let's take a look at the special wonderful secret volcano of today. and that is this shot. And I quite frankly think it's a beautiful, beautiful photo. And this is your secret volcano for today. So I hope there's some smart people out there that could maybe guess at what this volcano is called. And it is kind of nice. I don't know if we've shown, I don't think we've shown this picture before. No, Mars, it's not Mount Etna, sorry. And nice try though. That almost got there, but nice try. It's not Etna. Son of a Krakatoa. No, a wonky donkey. It is not. It is not Ragnar. Sorry, one fish. Yeah, like you didn't check already. Oh, anyway, I'm hoping there's a few more people going to guess and let us know what this secret volcano is. No, Mars, it's not Semeru or Semeru or yeah, Semeru or Semeru. No, definitely not a Mars. Sorry. Let's see. I'm just trying to think. What can we do to give hints without blowing its cover? Well, it's on Earth, if that is a good hint. No, it's not Mayon. Sorry. I'm sorry, and definitely not Mount Mayon. Nice try though, Mars. It's not Bob Jr. Nope, and definitely not. Sorry, Kevin. All right. Let's see. I'm sure people are dying to find out, but I'm going to keep it hush for a few more minutes. Mars says Sebenkaya. No, it is not Sebenkaya. And I haven't seen Sue guessing yet. So Sue is asking for clues. Wow. Sue, I'm surprised. Cumbre Vieja on La Palma. No, one fish 26. It is not. Sorry. You're funny. You're funny there for a fish. Hints. Okay. Hints is it's on an island. It is on an island. There's a hint. And that is a powerful hint for this particular volcano. And I know, that's lots of volcanoes on islands. And no, sorry, Mars, it's not Yasur. And that is a pretty good guess, though, but no. Let's see. Luotolak, no, sorry, it's not a White Isle volcano. It's not Siggy. It's not Kilauea. No. And I know I've made this one tough. A little bit tougher than the average. So I'm hoping somebody's going to be smart enough. Mauna Loa. Nope, not Mauna Loa. Not Nevado del Ruz. And it's Surtsey, Iceland. No, it is not. It's not Fisher H. Fisher 8. Sorry. Which hemisphere? Let me double check and see where the equator is. I have to look at where the equator is, just to make sure that I don't tell people the wrong thing. Yeah, I've looked at the equator, and I am very confident that it is in the southern hemisphere. It is definitely in the southern hemisphere. How about that? Hopefully that helps you out. It's not Sakurajima. It's not Cotopaxi. No. No. It's not Suwanoshijima. No. Sorry. And any more guesses? I know this is a tough one today. It is a beautiful picture, though. I mean, you really do have to admire it. Gorgeous Strombolian eruption. Kananaskis country was first in saying it, and it is Piton de la Formes, and then Sioux just got there right after. So Kananaskis country was first on my screen anyway, and Sioux was a very close second. And I'm going to, I'm going to give some a stack of cookies for KC and for Sioux, since they were very close in the guessing there, and they both guessed it at the same time. But yes, that is Piton de la Formes and Reunion Island, and that is awesome. So I thought it was a really nice shot. That's on Reunion Island. That is what I just mentioned there on Mars, and that is gorgeous. It's a very nice scene. And I figured I'd throw that one in there today on a short notice. I realized this morning I did save a volcano for a secret volcano, but I forgot to load it into the software here. And of course I can't remember which one it was. So very nice photo. Thanks, Grand Zed. That is an awesome shot. It really truly is. So we like it, and nice and clean, and really kind of well sighted, if you want to call it that. Well, it's time to go to the Lurkers Lounge. Okay, Mars 2028, and now that you are smarter with another volcano, and you are welcome to go have a snooze or whatever you need to. And see you later, Mars. Yep, and let's carry on with our stuff. I'm going to turn off that secret volcano, so when we come back we will see more of our wonderful Hawaii as it moves around a little bit. And I want to go over next. I think we'll take a look. I don't know if there were any new quakes there in our wonderful Azores, but we're going to have a look and see. So a quick peek at the Azores. Of course, there's the standard shot that we always see, the village there on São Jorge or São Jorge in Portuguese, and there's the harbor. And you can actually see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance, which is good. Means it's a clearer shot. We won't be able to see anything splashing here in the the bay area there that we normally see the white water coming up. So I'm not going to worry about that. Looking at the other map here for São Jorge, we don't see anything new. Last one was on the 16th, so we'll leave that guy be. Next one, of course, is this, and we'll take a look. I got to move that just slightly so we get the full picture there. There we go. And of course, when we look at it, there's São Jorge, there's Pico Island, Fayal Island, and Terceira over here, and of course San Miguel down here. And we have two quakes. 1 hour, 2 hours and 1 minute ago for this guy. 2.3, a surface quake came in at 22:27 UTC or GMT, whichever you like. And that one was there. And let's go to the other one. 4 hours ago, roughly, 2.0, 15 kilometers in depth, and that is from 2032 GMT or UTC. and that is what we see there. So those are the only two quakes that we're seeing today. We are not seeing anything over here on Terceira or on this one, Reykjanes Peninsula. Oh, we need to do that. Yeah, we forgot about that. Thank you for the reminders. We didn't finish Iceland. Let's go back over there. Well, we finished the Azores, so we can go back to Iceland and spend a little bit more time there now. And let's go ahead with that. All right, so we did go through all the quakes over at Katla and Eyjafjallajökull. I did want to grab some of these other ones, and that's my bad. I got sidetracked. It's those darn ducks. They caused that problem, and I know it's a ducky thing. Why is this thing moving around? Okay. Yeah, that's a ducky issue. Ow, quit that. Oh boy, I getting static from a duck. 1 in magnitude, 3.2 kilometers down, 7:53 is the time on that one. Next one, a 0.5, 5 kilometers down, 21:14 for him. And we'll see this one, 0.76, 7.7 kilometers down, 4:52 a.m. And, whoop, I'm wrong one, a 0.1, 5.6 clicks down from 2:29 this morning. Next one is a 0.8, 4 kilometers down, 18:57, 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is from 11:55. Then a 0, and that is from 8.1 kilometer down from, what is it, a 15:02, and then a 0.5, 4.7 clicks down, 11:24 is the time on that one. 1:08 a.m. or thereabouts, a 0.1, 5.3 clicks down, and let's not jump into that too quickly. So this area, of course, you can kind of see the outline around there. That, of course, is Krusavik, and that is kind of part and parcel to that area. Let's take a look at this. 1.4, 1.1 clicks down, 18:10 for him. A 0.65, 5.3 clicks down from 1:51, and a 0.5, 5.1 clicks down from 8:28. And then just about at Krusavik, we see a 1.1 in magnitude, 4.2 clicks down, 22:23, and we have 1.13, 3.1 clicks down, 9:04 a.m. and a 0.3, 3.5 kilometers down, 13:23, 0.8, 7 kilometers down, 4:52 a.m. And now we're going to zoom in on the area. There's Kilauea up here, that one that we always see from a distance, and of course this is the location of Ragnar, and there's the Asigi Fissure. To be able to see a swarm like this in that area is actually happy news. So let's take a look at the biggest one first, and that is a 2.59, and that's 4 kilometers down. I came in at 12:39. So that was that large spike that we seen in the center of that, and that is pretty cool to see. Next we have 1.52, 4.9 clicks down, 1:39 this morning. From 3:31 we have a 1.2, 3.5 clicks down, and we have this 1.32 from 3:35 a.m., 3.6 clicks down. Very small 0.1, 2.2 kilometers down, 19:13. Then 1.88, 3.5 kilometers down, 14:51. And then we've got, let's see, another 0.5 there, 2.8 clicks down, 15:53 for him. And let's see if we can get that 0.4 out of there. 3.3 kilometers down, 1428 for that guy. And then 1.02, 2.6 clicks down, 1315 is the time on it. 1308, 0.79, 2.7 kilometers down. Let's grab this 0.2 down here. 3.5 kilometers down, 1708. And did we get, yeah, we got that 0.79 already. This one here is a 1.22, 3.8 clicks down, 336 is the time on that one. This one is a 0.71, 3 kilometers down, and 1242 for it. Going down a little bit more, we see a bunch more. 4:52 a.m. One in magnitude, 3.5 kilometers down. This one is from 5:32, 3.2 kilometers down. 1.45, 3.5 kilometers down, 1316. This one is 5:32 a.m. from a 0.9 in magnitude, 3.3 kilometers down. And this guy here from 2:29 a.m. a 0.14, 2.6 clicks down. And this one is a 0.36 from 3:51 a.m. and that is a 2.8 kilometers down. And it kind of makes you wonder what those things are doing. 4:03 a.m. 2.4 kilometers down, and this one a little further south. That's actually in the other area already. 3:53 a.m. 4 kilometers down for that guy. So we average about 3 kilometers down. And that is interesting. I did not have a fun weekend. And Kim Raudenbush, you missed your birthday party, and we had a party without you. I'm sorry that you didn't have a fun weekend. So a lot of quakes there, and a little swarm like that. So is it a possibility that we've got something going on there in Freigeldalfjall? And I'm going to say, yes, there is a possibility. But, you know, we've seen this before. We also have seen the swarming in one area, then all of a sudden the swarm moves to a different area within Freigeldalfjall, or even over here towards Grindavik. Very interesting to see that. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. If we see more swarming, that may be a good indicator that we've got some magmatic action underneath there pushing upward and making us happy. It is time for an eruption in Iceland. It hasn't happened for a while. 5.8 kilometers down for that guy just north of Grindavik, and that is actually, west of Grindavik, 7:45 a.m., 5.8 clicks down. 1.07, 3.5 kilometers down from 8:24 a.m. and moving a little bit further to the end of the peninsula, 0.4, 5.2 clicks down, 1806 for that guy, 1337, and there we go. Hey, wasn't I supposed to take a break? I forgot to do that, or did I take a break? I don't know. 0.3, 8.1 kilometers down, and there's a 0.4, 5.1 clicks down, 738 for that guy, a 0.10, 5.2 clicks down, 1617 is the time on that. And then we've got this guy, 0.8, 5.4 kilometers down, 508 this morning. And we had let's see if we zoom in. There we go. A 9.6 clicks down, 4:55 a.m. We have from 57 minutes after 8 or after midnight. Oh boy, am I messed up. 0.84, 5.4 kilometers down. This one, 0.88, 8.6 clicks down, 5:15 a.m. 1.13, 9.3 clicks down, 5:02 this morning. This one from 4:51 a.m., 1.68, 9.6 clicks down. 4:50 a.m., 1.36, 9.5 kilometers down. Next one is from 5:06 this morning, 1.17, 7.5 kilometers down. Let's get these other ones in the water here. 1.7, 10.4 kilometers down, 13:29. 1.3, 7.2 clicks down, 1917. From 1926 we had a 1.2, 4 kilometers down, and 1.3 further out, and that is 1.1 kilometers down from 7:02 a.m. And the last one, another 1.2, 5 kilometers down from 6:59 a.m. Just about 7 o'clock. So the big news, of course, is that swarm there in Eruption in the northern corner of it, and not too far away from Kilauea. And of course, this is the kind of along that same path, so we know that there is a possibility of something happening, and we do have the tectonic plate line marked here. So it's actually on the North American side, which is pretty cool, and we are going to leave it at that. What happened? Something. You did not have a fun weekend. Spent a Saturday and Sunday first at urgent care, then the ER. The wife has not good. I don't even know how to pronounce that, but trigeminal something or other, neuralgia. Sorry to hear that. Whatever that is, it's horrible. You don't want that happening, obviously, there, Kim, and we wish you all the best. And hopefully that your wife has a fairly quick recovery there. All right, let's carry on to our next stuff, and we'll go see what Popocatépetl is doing, since we've covered the other ones already. And let me get onto that screen, and we'll make that bigger and a little bit more clear, since things have changed. And there we go. And as you can see, Popocatépetl is putting out quite a bit of material, and we do kind of think this volcano hasn't given up. We thought after a little while there it was going to kind of die out. Last night, pardon me, hang on. There, I had to clear my throat and have a drink of Pepsi. Getting a little dry on the throat here. Last night I did watch it for a little while. It was bubbling and doing its thing again with throwing the lava up, straight up in the caldera, lava bombs of various sizes, but not that much material came out of the crater. So definitely on high simmer, if you want to call it that, and that is what we were watching. And kind of interesting to see that it was doing that. And today it was doing a bunch of different eruptions from what I seen in my quick scan here earlier. If we go back about 5.5 hours, the output though was not that murky dark color. Looked more like gases with the occasional puff of ash and other tephra material. Let's continue on here, going backwards. This is about 8 hours ago. 10:41 is that time. That's what we were seeing there. And if we go back a little bit more, 10 hours ago, we had roughly about the same thing. So hard to tell what was going on. And if we go all the way back, we do see this. So kind of almost like same thing as what's happening right now. And it continued to do that. Now, I was trying to see if I can find the video. I do have a video from the 19th. That is this one. And I do believe we may have shown a little bit of that. As you can see, that lava spatter going up and down in that thing. So, yeah, this was on the 19th at the 4 a.m. I didn't record anything during the night for Popocatépetl, but it basically the same kind of an affair as what it was doing last night. So I'm thinking that we're going to have a repeat again tonight. We'll see what happens. Let's leave that be. This is going to be set back to live. There we go. Just to have a quick peek at some of the other shots. This is slightly a different angle there. Looking not bad. You can definitely see the billowing of all that tephra and gases and ash, etc., coming out of that volcano. Going to make that one smaller. Go to the other view. This view, and this is our sunset scene. Slightly a different angle again, and that one is buffering a little bit, but that's okay. We just want to see what it looked like earlier, and if we go take a look back in time a little bit, you can see how that plume was directing itself out and upward. And if we go back even further, you can see it there. I wonder if we can go back even further here. Let's see, that is 10 hours ago. And if we go 11 hours and 13 minutes ago, you can see how much output was happening. Actually, that put us back to 6:35 a.m., put us all the way back. So that is as far as it'll go back. And in that view, that's not bad. That is about what it looks like it's doing now, except for we got a sun setting in this particular scene, so that looks fairly pretty. Dr. Fox, she has to see a neurologist. Okay, trigeminal is permanent. Only options are either surgery or pain management. Darn, Kim, that's too bad. Hopefully you can get some sort of resolution either way, and hopefully things will be better there for you. Okay, I'm making this one smaller. I got the other ones smaller as well, and I'm gonna do the same with this one. That view is about the same there. You can see the billowing. And next one, of course, I don't believe our Fuego is alive right now. Oh, they did turn it back on. Okay, my bad. And let's see. I checked when I got home. I didn't see anything. And it is in a volcano gray. So this is when they started the stream. And that is, let's see, 9 hours ago, actually. Not looking very good and healthy for anyone in that area. This is as far back as we can go. And we do see all that cloud in there, so not any visibility for Fuego in Guatemala. We'll leave that guy be. Next one, this is a Messiah volcano. This I got from this morning at 7:15 a.m. their time, which was 6:15 a.m. our time. And we'll do a refresh on that. Take a look now. You do see the lava down in the bottom of that caldera, and quite a bit of smoke. I don't know how it looks now. And yep, a very, very glowy. So, and definitely an increased amount of lava down in the bottom of that caldera. And a nice big round drop in and never get out kind of hole. Don't go falling into Messiah volcano. And let's see what our next shot looks like. Recon del Vieja. Unable to see it. It's too dark there. And the next one we've got here is our shots from this morning. I was able to do that before I went to work. And we do see our wonderful Lascar. It is off-gassing. You can see some of the cloud or gas spewing out of there, if you want to call it that. But not a heck of a lot. So pretty normal for that volcano. Next scene here, of course, that one is Laguna del Mole. And we do see still a lot of snow on there as the sun was rising, and the lake water here still looked open, so pretty cool, or warm enough to do that. And of course the other one is our wonderful Via Rica, and we are unable to see it. I'm going to refresh these just so we can take a look and see what it looks like right now. I don't believe we'll get any kind of a good picture from Via Rica at all, but you never know. And it is downloading the data. And no, we are not seeing anything from Via Rica. We can barely see Lascar, and no visibility at Laguna del Mole. So let's leave that be. Quick peek at this. This was the report from our wonderful Popocatépetl. Let's take a look at that photo. That looked not bad. That was on the 19th in the morning at, what is it, 5:18 a.m. according to the time on there. Beautiful eruption showing, and that is what I was talking about earlier. It was throwing out some lava bombs, and you could see the occasional one popping out and hitting. As it says here in the photo, the glowing lava bombs and abundant ash columns during paroxysm activity at Popocatépetl yesterday morning. And that is pretty awesome. And there just indicates where it is in Mexico, and that is not bad. And let's see, what is this about? This is not one we were looking at. All right, this is somewhere else. Not sure where that is, but it says about 10 minutes after the onset, the rockfall and sliding material sliding of material are continuous, and whirled up a ash plume, or a plume of ash. The whole cone ready to explode is now vibrating. Okay, I'm not sure which volcano that is. Tom Pfeiffer was the photographer on that one. And this is Papadania volcano, and that is pretty cool for that. Let's leave that one alone. Anyway, a quick read here. The eruptive explosion appeared at the volcano in the early morning hours yesterday, about 5 a.m. A vigorous lava fountain, likely to be classified as a paroxysm, actively was being observed by surveillance cameras throwing incandescent lapilli to lava-sized, lapilli to bomb-sized lava fragments. There we go. indicated a rapid magma acceleration within the conduit towards the surface, a sustained hurling of incandescent ejecta accompanied by a typical strong white ash-rich bursting. Okay, so lots of stuff going on there. We're not going to get into too much more detail on that, but that is pretty cool. Next volcano on our list is we got a report on Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. And of course, as you can see, seismic activity has reduced, near frequent eruptions continue. So the explosive eruption at the volcano continues. Seismic activity has decreased, i.e. the number and frequency of earthquakes have lowered in comparison to 17th of June, when the seismic energy continued to show ongoing elevated levels by that time. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. That is a nice shot though. So some activity coming out there from 11:34 a.m. on the 19th, or yesterday. Pretty cool. And did they have any other photos? Nope. That is sulfur mushroom inside the fumarole of Papadayan crater. That is what that is. Tobias Shore is the photographer for that one. That, you know, that actually looks like a plant. That's sulfur. That's pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll get over to our next volcano. I want to get to that one, and we'll fix that up in a second. I'm gonna just get to that screen. Where is it? Is it this one? Why is it so fuzzy? Huh, it's on 144 instead of 1080p. Not good. Not seeing a heck of a lot. We do see a lot of cloud. This is Merapi, and this is in central Java, Indonesia. Let's go back a little bit and see if we can spot this thing. There you can see a plume coming off of it and heading out in the right hand side there. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have a bad luck day for seeing too much from the volcano. I've had to jump back even, how far is it? About 7 hours and 11 minutes. And we aren't seeing very much in the color shot. We do see a little bit down here in the black and white shot. And hopefully we'll be able to see just a tad bit of lava flowing down the hill. So let's get to about here and see if that shows. And there we go. 5-minute warning. Thanks, Sue. So we do have a little bit of bacon at 22 minutes after midnight their time, and that is pretty awesome. And I'm searching to see if there was any more. Prior to that, they did have the camera in black and white, so let's go take a look at a couple of those, and we'll advance that a little bit just to get it to the point where it's actually pouring out again. And that should be right around here. If we expedite it a little bit, you can see that flowing down the hill. Not bad. And then you can see way down some of those lava bombs, or well, rolling blocks of lava heading down, getting beyond that 1 kilometer mark, kind of, and that would be somewhere around here from the top down. So it's rolling right on past that. Doc, are you sure that's a sulfur and not some heavily salted, badly cooked egg yolk? Well, the photo said sulfur there, Kim. I don't know what it is. Other than that, that is Merapi for today, you guys. We're going to leave it as that. There was a little bit more. Actually, let's take a look at this one. This one was a little bit bigger. I think. And let's get it going here. There we go. You see the amount of cloud in there though, so it makes it really difficult to see. Down on the color shot, you do see quite a bit of lava moving down the hill. Very cool. So awesome stuff, and we will leave it as that for right now. I am going to put this back over to our wonderful Kilauea, the volcano that is no longer erupting, unfortunately, and we will kind of leave it on the end throes, if you will, of what happened there at the well, when it stopped flowing. It died. Something caused it to die. Anyway, it is just about break time, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop, and that definitely helps us out. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. If you're sitting out there on the in the lurkers lounge or on the sides peeking in, and be good and keep smiling. And I'm going to go take a break. I will be back soon. Wonky Donkey, are you leaving? Yona just popped in right at the break time. Yona, how come you have all those earthquakes in by Kilauea? Are you making the ground shake over there? Is that where you were camping? Welcome, Yona. And let's put you back here for you guys. That, of course, is the present scene. And we will kind of work with that for right now. Hang on. I'm trying to get the other shot back in here. Too many buttons to push. Or not enough of them. One of the two. Anyway, we'll turn that back on. This was the end throws here. I just want to see how much is still left in there. Whoa, I clicked on the wrong thing. We got 9 minutes left on that. So I'll let that play. That is archived video from yesterday. And I'm going to go take a break. And when I come back, we'll carry on with looking at Ruapehu and the rest of the stuff in Indonesia and carry on from there. Keep smiling and don't go anywhere. I'll be back. there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, with a duck apparently somewhere around here. I keep hearing it. It's hiding somewhere. I have no idea where it is. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Sue and Mars 2028. I'm back from the Lurkers Lounge. Awesome. And welcome, Michael. Thank you for the welcome back. And thanks, KC. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And then she's got two ducks there. I have no idea if that's what she's hearing. Anyway, this is kind of the end of that file that we're watching. It is the archived footage from yesterday at 16:20 Hawaii time, and you can see the last throes of lava basically coming out of the southwest vent, and after that it basically didn't have too much more left, as you can see there. And we've only got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left in that video, so chronic quackstercises. Oh boy, that is sounding pretty bad. It feels like my back there, that chronic whatever it is. Quackstercis. Okay, quackstercis. All right, I guess that's it. Anyway, that is what we seen yesterday, how it quit and came to its demise, unfortunately, and we didn't see very much more after that. And it since has done a bunch of different collapses. LOL, that's what that is all. Yep. For the most part, though, I'm hoping that we are going to see more come out of this. It may not reignite from the same points, of course. Paley went back to sleep. Yeah, poor, and that is it. That was the end of that video, so that's how it started. And of course, that was at 15:45. And like I say, I did manage to record from there onward the last kicks, if you will. Poor Apuka, all out of lava for the moment. And yeah, it is what it is. Milk to go with your quackers. Thanks, Sue Hayes. And okay, yeah, good to have you back there, Mars 2028. All right, so let's leave that be. We'll go back to the actual footage. This is live from Halema crater, and as you can see, or can't see, there is no activity. And of course, you can see how everything here is depressed and dropped by about 3 or 4 meters, if not more. And obviously, when you take even 2 meters of, I'm going to guesstimate here at about 20 acres in size or something like that, 2 meters worth of lava, it all had to go somewhere. Where did it go? That is the big question that we need to ask. Where is this lava? What happened to it, right? It, a certain amount will off-gas, but that is just way too much to be just from off-gassing to see that much of a reduction. As you can see what they're doing with the panning around, they're looking for it. They're hoping to catch a big collapse of some sort, or this is what's kind of been surmised, so we'll see what happens. Be back later getting the mail. All right, Sharon, no worries. And we are going to leave Hawaii. We're going to go over to our next shot and finish off with some of these other scenes. And that, of course, is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And it is beautiful and sunny there. We can see the volcano. I don't know if they had zoomed in on it earlier here. I was just trying to see if they did. I don't think there was a camera operator available. And that is live though. And I don't recall. Let's see if we do this command here. I'm going to see if that'll work. And go from there. Copy and let's see if we go down here and do this. See if it goes. I don't know if it'll work or not. That'll push it through its tour maybe. Okay, maybe it won't. Alright, let's leave it be. And I don't think it will. 30 seconds it said. Alright, we'll see if it will actually go check it. And Grenzed, yep, very nice shot. Nice to see it's not raining there. And 15 degrees Celsius, and Ohakuna is amazing in the wintertime. Yeah, that is absolutely a wonderful temperature. And hopefully we'll see this zoom in a little bit and go from there. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. Typically 30 seconds to get it to move, but not good for snow. No, probably not, but that is okay. And let's see. Yeah, it's saying attempt 15.4, winds at 12.2 kilometers an hour, and that is what we got there. Anyway, I don't think it's going to move for us. Let's leave that be. I have to have a drink of Pepsi. I'm really parched here today for some reason. Fine vintage, at least a month ago. All right, let's move on to the next shot, or next scene. Oh, it's already on 13. Oh, she got it to the close-up for us. I'm just going to say thanks to her. That's what we wanted. All right, let's have that a closer scene. So, pretty awesome. There we go. That is the one we wanted. So that's actually 2, not 13. All right. Yep, you can definitely see how much snow is there and so on. Pretty awesome. And I love it. So cool stuff. Oh, wow. Thank you, Michael Olson. And that is a wonderful super chat. Michael, just writing that down. Olson, and thank you very kindly for the $10 super chat. And it says, oh, I need more Pepsi. Have a Pepsi on me. Thank you very kindly, Michael. We will certainly do that. And all cool. So, excellent. All right. So now that I remember the way to get it there onto this close-up shot, we'll have to do that in the future. Anyway, let's leave it there. That is gorgeous though. So, and we'll go to our next shot. And of course I am going to redo that a little bit. I'm going to refresh and see what's going on. And here's the chart for Taupo. We do see one spike in there, so not sure when that happened. It's not huge, but it is in there, so that is pretty awesome. And we see that it was pretty much floor noise the other time. Let's look at the one further to the north. We see that little spike is very small, so it must have happened a little further south. And we see pretty steady activity there, nothing crazy. So we'll leave it on that one and make that smaller, and go over here, and we will make our camera bigger, and let's see if we can get, oh, a wrong one, this one. And that is the view of the Taupo's caldera, and that is the lake. So the entirety of the lake, of course, is the caldera. Ruapehu is in the background, hiding behind those clouds over there. And that is what we've got going on, and that is not bad looking, so we'll leave that one be. This, of course, is this shot courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo, and that is a nice shot, probably a good place to stay if you like that sort of thing. We'll leave that there. Going to put that back on that one and get my work done here. Moving over to the next shot, and we'll see if we can find that real quick. This is supposed to be Semeru. Let's see if we are on the, yeah, there we go. Semeru volcano, and let's see, we had a little bit of a pop here earlier we wanted to look at, and for those who didn't have a look at it yet, I did post a video this morning of some activity that I caught from last night there, and it wasn't you know, anything too crazy or wild, but it certainly showed what was going on during the early hours there, or the nighttime hours, and it was basically a time lapse of about 4 hours worth of material, and I did post that, and I think 150 people are there already watched it, so 150 or so. It is posted, so you guys can go take a look at it afterwards. There we see a little bit of an eruption coming out of the top. Where's my mouse? It's not showing. I did turn the mice off here, or the hamsters, because I was recording it and I didn't want that to get in the way. But you can see a little bit of that plume, even though we've got cloud in front of it, and we can see that popping up. That's pretty cool. And let's see if we can find some more explosive activity from the crater. And let's see if right around here, well, this is at 6:19 a.m. Again, they were zoomed in, well, I guess they were still zoomed in from the nighttime shot, and this was kind of what the scene looked like. So very nice looking to see that caldera glowing and active. And there were some intense moments there. Let's see if we can find a few with some eruptive activity. This is one of the smaller ones. Down in the forefront, we did see a little bit of lava movement down here. So there is some stuff going on there, and a little plumes coming up. We know it's cooking. I don't know what it's going to end up doing. But let me get to about here, though, and we'll see. You can see a little bit more of this bursting happening, and there were several bursts in a row from this particular eruption, and you can see it kind of glowing quite heavily and throwing out some ash and tephra, obviously, and some wonderful lava going down the hill because of it. So pretty awesome to see that. That, of course, is Semeru, and that was at 3:07 this morning, or actually they're in the future, so 3:07 yesterday, or, well, hang on, their morning today. Oh boy, and that is so confusing. They're over the international date line from me, so yeah, they're in the future. That means this really hasn't happened yet. It's all a figment of our imaginations. Anyway, with the exception of Grenzet and Amelia, because they are over that international date line, and they're in the future too. They know it's from today. Anyway, their time. So all awesome. That does look pretty good though, and I love watching that thing glowing like that. And if we go back a little bit more, basically the same kind of thing. My son is in the future. He is in South Korea. Wow. Yep, and that'll definitely cause some issues. There you can see some lava flow coming down the hill here. That's kind of interesting, and it's coming out of this hole. So I definitely got a tiny vent there of some sort, or at least a point where that lava can pour out. And let's see if we can find a couple more bursts here, or if everything was quiet. Well, there are a few bursts here and there, and it's hard to kind of catch every one of them. They all do look very similar, but nothing super heavy. We didn't see magma flying all over the place, that kind of thing. That is always what we like to see, but it doesn't always happen. Anyway, that is our wonderful Semeru, and that is, I'm going to put it back on live. There you go. And we'll make that shot show the entire scenes. There we got our seismic activity, and I just wanted to note that you take a look at how much activity is actually going on there. A lot of grumbling and rumbling down in that mountain, and it really makes you wonder what is going on there. Why is it doing that? And typically it's more like this all the time, what we're seeing down here, rather than seeing these upticks in activity. So very cool. Weather Olympus Mons. Weather for Mons. 17 degrees Celsius, 63 Fahrenheit. Wind 3 miles per hour. Okay, or 5 kilometers per hour. And humidity 99%. Wow. Kim, I have no idea where that is, but that is, I guess, the way it goes. And let's carry on. Next volcano on our list, and I don't know if this was from earlier today, June 20th. If you pick a spot here, I'm hoping that it'll show up. Oh, commercials. How about that? Go commercials. Okay, we'll skip those today. There is, of course, Mayon, and that is what was happening earlier. If we go back into the nighttime scene, this is about 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. He was trying to focus in on that lava coming from the caldera. You can definitely see the spots there. Not the best view, but hey, at least we know that it is there. It's doing something, and it is being reported. And there you can see the mountain, and that is, of course, in the morning light is starting to come in. You definitely see up top the primary caldera up there ejecting out some of that stuff, and we see what looks like a hot glow in two separate directions. So pretty awesome to see that one. And that is Mayon in the Philippines. And the next one we wanted to see if we can get to. I want to make these smaller so we don't burn horsepower. I'm going to check Taal and see if Taal is alive. Nope, Taal is not live. So not going to be able to see a Taal volcano, and we will leave that one on this page. And I am trying to find where we want to go next. We do want to go to Japan. Let's put you back here for right now. And that, of course, Helma'umo'u crater, and that is in Hawaii. What we will do is going to check through and see if we can spot some other volcano activity here. Japan is pretty much a washout today. We'll talk about that when I come back from the break. And the other one I wanted to take a quick peek at, of course, was our wonderful Stromboli, and to see if there was any activity. Well, Stromboli, I'll just show you. That's probably easier. And we do see a little bit of a glow right there. That's where the vent is. These are stars in the background. Not the greatest of visibility. We do know there's some cloud in the area. And this is one of the caldera thermal shots there. So not a heck of a lot happening. And you can see those stars are starting to sink down a little bit. Anyway, let's leave that there, and I'm going to put that one back on the other volcano. This is Mount Etna. A real quick peek at it before the break, and this was at 1951. We are seeing some pluming coming off of that, or is that a shadow caused by the way that sunlight is hitting it? I think it's a shadow. This one, though, is definitely continuing to plume off. That's the primary vent up top. We are unable to tell what's actually coming from the southeast crater because of this plume and the direction it is moving. And let's see what we got here. I went back to 1819 or 6:19 p.m. Definitely still not seeing anything from the crater over here, but we are still seeing some off-gassing from the top. Now again, we're not seeing anything from the southeast crater. It could be combining with this plume, so hard to tell what is truly going on. Anyway, that is Mount Etna. Pardon me, I figured I'd throw that one in, so we got that. And we'll make that small again, and we'll put it back over here, and hopefully we will see something pop up. We'll keep an eye on Helma'umo'u crater just in case it collapses. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you're enjoying the show, please hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm going to take a break. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. We've got more to come. We're going to go take a look at Japan, and then after that we'll do earthquakes and the SO2 map and the weather, whether we like it or not. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Right now, what we are watching is, of course, what's happening at Halima crater there in Kilauea. And thank you for the welcome backs from Diane and Sue and Mars 2028. Thumbs up from a C&D boy. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And that is awesome. Wow. Yeah, sure. Quacker. All right. You're going to have to leave pretty soon, Quacker. It stopped raining, finally. Finally, after 4 days, it's stopped raining. Yay! And that is good, or 3 days, or whatever it was. Thank you, Cananescus country. And, yeah, those darn quackers, they get in the way all the time. I don't know what to do about them, but I'm sure they'll leave here soon as things start to dry up. And we'll get bunnies back in here. That'll be better. Yep, the rain is finally subsided, and we are seeing things starting to dry up. Well, I don't know. It's going to take a while to get dry. There are a lot of areas of the city is pretty bad as far as being saturated and full storm culverts, not culverts, but the storm ponds and stuff like that. They're all right up there to a very full and maximum level. More so up in the Yellowhead County area, where they had up to 25 centimeters of snow last night. So that was pretty nasty. 25 centimeters of snow is about 10 inches. And that is enough to frost you. So, yeah, in, end of June, just about becoming summer. And that is the way it works here in Alberta. And luckily, we didn't get the snow here in Edmonton, which is really nice. Anyway, let's leave our wonderful Halima crater as they keep panning back and forth there, waiting for it to collapse or do something. Let's go over to Japan, and we'll see what we've got cooking there. Where is my Japanese scene? Japan not looking very good. I do know the ice cream boat is in. I can see it there through the rain, and that's exactly what we're seeing, a bunch of rain dropping. There's your ice cream boat. Take your umbrella if you're going for ice cream, you guys. That would be really, really good. And they too are having rain, and I'm happy it's not raining here. Yeah, sure you are. And yep, there you go, Sharon. That is the ice cream boat. Awesome. And unfortunately, visibility is very, very poor right now. So if we go to the next one, this, of course, the closer up view of Sakurajima, we don't see anything very well. If we go back an hour and a half, that is what it looked like, a crane in the way doing its thing. If we go back another couple of hours or so, 3 hours and 20 minutes ago, that is what we had 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. That is kind of nice looking, a fairly clear shot, and we do appreciate and like that. So that is pretty awesome, and a little bit of activity there. So you can definitely tell that it was pluming out. I want to see if we can spot that. A 725 on the close-up cam. Let's go back about 3 hours or so. 725 is the time we're going to look for. There's a 722. And we go back a little bit more, 7:31, nope, we missed it. There's a 7:25:59, and we'll back that up just a little bit more. 7:24, 7:25. So you can see that it was indeed pluming out of that south. I believe it's in the southerly direction, but that is that event, the smaller one. The other two are the big ones up in the top of the caldera. This one definitely working though, and throwing some darker gray material out. So that is what we had going on there, and I'm glad they fixed this camera. And earlier, of course, we couldn't see a darn thing. So this is kind of the highlight of what was going on there today, and that's 7:25 a.m. Right now, the present time, if we go back to live, is 10:47, and that is the gray screen we see. So some intermittent cloud coming in there, messing us up, and we'll put that one back to it as well. And there you can see the current conditions. So not very good. Let's go to our next shot. This is, of course, supposed to be a Suwanosejima, but that is not. That is still Sakurajima from a different camera, slightly different angle. And I'm not going to worry about that one right now. So next one on our list, of course, is ASO. And ASO was not very cooperative with poking out today. If we go back a little ways, though, we can see a bit of it, not very much. If we go back here, right around there, you can see it definitely was raining pretty bad in the area, so I don't think we're going to see too much gassing coming off of that today. I don't know if we can tell in these shots. No, definitely not. So let's leave ASO be, and of course ASO is a very, very large caldera. The event that we typically look at is what everyone refers to as ASO, but ASO is indeed a huge, huge caldera, and even the town of ASO is also located within that caldera. And let's go to our next shot, and that will be Asama. And I don't know if Asama was visible either. Oh, yeah, it was. If we go back a little bit, and there you can see some heavy off-gassing from Asama, and that, even if we go back another hour or two, or that is about 4 hours and 40 minutes ago. So some pretty heavy-duty off-gassing. Is that volcano getting ready to go and blow? We don't know. And there's some other shots there from 5:11 this morning, and prior to that it was kind of in the clouds and in the dark, so not much we can do with it, but definitely more output than we've seen before. So putting that one back on small, and there's your ice cream boat once again, and that is what we've got cooking there. While that is on the screen, I will go do our volcano report very quickly, and we'll get at it here. So for yesterday, or late Monday's volcanic activity, we've got 4 volcanoes on the list. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, or 6,400 meters, reported at 18:45 last night. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 19:30 last night. Sangay in Ecuador, new volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 2000. And Fuego in Guatemala, new volcanic ash emissions observed in satellite imagery to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 2,300. Getting into today's volcanic activity, we have 9 in total on the list. Krakatau, Sunda Strait, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 12,000 feet, 3,700 meters, reported at 2:15 a.m. And volcanic ash, again, same height, 12,000 meters, 3,700 meters, reported at 1,400. And then we've got Reventador in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 2:30 a.m. And then discrete volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet, or 4,300 meters, reported at 12:45. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic observatory and notice for aviation, or VANA as they call themselves. State eruption to 14,000 feet or 3,400 meters, reported at 2:45 a.m. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 11 a.m. as well. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 3:30 this morning. We did see the other report already, and that was good. And then volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 13:30. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 6 a.m. We did see the separate report. And then discrete volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 17:30. Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions has disappeared. Dispersed, not disappeared, at 7:15 a.m. Dispersed, I guess everyone got sent home. Volcanic ash emissions continue, reported at 1,700. Hey, wait, if they got sent home, how come they're continuing? Anyway, Sabancaya in Peru continues ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 7:30 this morning. And we already had that report from Kilauea, so that is all good. And that was from 7:58 a.m. And then Mayon and Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 9:45 this morning. And that is it for our wonderful volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for providing that. As always, that is awesome and excellent. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for putting that information together. Okay, the ice cream boat is still there. I hope everyone got their ice cream and did not get wet, because I told them to take their umbrellas. It is raining there at that area, so hopefully they'll all be okay. And that is the Kagoshima area of Japan, down in the southern end. And hopefully everyone's having a ducky day there. It's duck weather. Yeah, a quack to you too. Okay, enough, quacker. Yeah, always having to get the last word in. That's always the way it is, fighting with these ducks. Yeah, okay, fine. I don't know what the duck is saying, but anyway, we'll leave that be. The next thing on our list of places to go, well, I wanted to see if Yellowstone was working, but Yellowstone seems to be stuck. And I don't know if it's just me or if they finally got their video working? No, they did not. It is still stuck. I still see the same people standing there. They've been standing there for 4 days already. And I think it may have something to do with the weather or the duck. Arturo Paleo, welcome. Popocatépetl is erupting and now incandescent rocks are visible at the crater rim. And you're saying it's popping again? Let's have a look and see. And yep, actually it is. So let's just go over there for right now, and we'll make that bigger. There it is, and let's see if we can hear it. Yeah, that is the sound coming from the volcano. And thank you, Arturo, for letting us know. That is awesome. And yep, we'll likely hear more of that noise coming through. Now there's some terrific tephra, you bet. And pardon me. Awesome to see. Check out the multicam. We can check the other views here as well. So I want to look at that one. Or this one is in color yet. I love this. This is nice, and I'm happy to see that camera in color. We can actually see the lava. Check out the multicam. The links don't pop up there, Arturo. If you want to email me the link, you can. I will put my email in the chat, and I will remove it after I've done this. But it's actually a fairly easy email, Arturo. If you want to give me a quick email with that link, you can send it to drfox@shaw.ca, and I'll leave that up for about 30 seconds, and then I will delete that. I don't have the multicam. I know there's a multicam view up there somewhere, but I don't have that one showing. But I do have the other ones, and I suppose I could probably Google that to see it. But right now it's nice to see some of that lava popping, and very cool. This, of course, from the other side. This is the side we usually watch from, and then we go through looking at the other ones, and there you can see it. And we are using the audio from this stream. So, and here's the other one. That one is buffering for us again. So, anyway, I'm gonna remove my email address there. Thank you, and I think you got it anyway. Cool. And remove. Okay, there we go. Got it deleted. We'll see if we can find that real quick, and maybe paste it into that segment. Let's see where we're gonna put it. I want to make a new. I'll get it going here. A new window, and we'll just go click on it. That should do that. Okay. Oh, that is a multi-cam. I'm not sure if I can actually show that one. That is somebody else's. So what we will do is put that back on here for a second. Oh, that color camera changed to black and white, unfortunately. And you did send another email. Thank you. I will have a look at that one as well. And another 4cam. Oh, that's the one that I was thinking of. That has got commercials.
Usually bras fit small-chested women like
Let's
this.
turn that volume off there. And we'll put the volume off of this one as well. I'm going to leave it here for a second while those commercials finish. It is a time for me to go take that break, and we'll see if we can skip these ads. There we go. There's the one I was looking for, and that is the shot. So that is what we're seeing. Thank you, Arturo. Do appreciate that, and that is very kind of you to send that in. So yep, there's the 4 different views. I think I can leave it there. I do need to go take a break right now, so we'll leave it on this shot. This is from webcam de Mexico, so we can leave that on there, and that'll be okay. And appreciate it, Arturo, and thank you very kindly for passing that link along. Awesome stuff. Okay, let me go take that break. I'll leave it right here, let you guys kind of watch that a little bit. And that is kind of a neat. That is Popocatépetl in central Mexico, about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And it is, of course, as you can see it, popping away. We love it, and awesome stuff. And thank you again to Arturo, and muchas gracias, Arturo. There we go. All right, I'm going to go take a break. I'll leave the audio on here from the stream, and I will let you listen to the popping and cracking of that while I go take a break, and then I will throw in the intro song when I come back. So don't go away, keep smiling, more to come. And I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I will be back very soon, and we'll see what happens. Keep an eye on the screen. Popo is popping. All right, I'll be back. Don't forget to hit the like button. Would be really appreciated, you guys. Hit the like, and also if you haven't subscribed, you might want to consider subscribing as well. That'd be really awesome. And I enjoy very much your live streams for many months, and thank you, Arturo, and glad that you do. And I hope that you watch some of my other videos that I've put up as well, of Popocatépetl, as well as some of the other ones. And there's some interesting stuff in there, and appreciate having you as a viewer. Thank you, and I'm glad that you participate as well. Makes the lava family just a little more bigger. Now I watch New Zealand. Oh, I watch from New Zealand. Ah, okay, cool. That is awesome. So, yep, that is a nice place too. A little shaky, but nice. All right, I'll be back. Don't go away, guys. Thanks. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host DrFox2000 and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Pardon me. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Cananaskis country and Mars 2028. Awesome stuff. Anyway, that is really nice to be able to see Popocatépetl doing its eruptive activity. We will definitely be doing a little bit of a screen grab from the earlier activity and kind of maybe some current stuff as well, and see if we can melt it together a little bit. It's pretty awesome to see that. So really nice, and appreciate Arturo sending that link for this one. That is really awesome, and we'll see if we can work with all that, and we'll check out the other links as well. And let's see if we can get rid of that. Okay. Anyway, we do need to keep going though. We need to keep at it here, and we will make these smaller for now, some of them anyway, and we'll take a look at those in a little while when we get back to things here. I'm going to make those smaller, and we'll carry on with that activity. And let's go over, though I'm going to cut the volume on that one as well, and we will go over and do our earthquakes now, since we have everything else kind of under our belt. So let's start out with what's seen up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do have a new quake, 4.2, 106 kilometers southeast of Ust. there of the town of Oost, wherever that is. Anyway, 12:25 was the time on that, 32.6 kilometers down for that guy, and that is right there, of course. So that is pretty cool. We do see a 3.8 near Rat Island from yesterday. 23:25 was the time on it. 51.8 kilometers down for him. Not going to worry so much about all the other smaller ones that are along the Aleutian Islands here. And that is 3.0. We'll see that's yesterday's as well at 23:16. 11.4 kilometers down. Moving down the coast, though, we don't see too much there in the Canadian areas. I'm a little worried and a little concerned. We are not seeing any quakes in this area whatsoever in Oregon for the most part. And it's always a little bit freaky when we don't see the quakes there, whether they're along the fault lines or slightly inland on the other faults. When we don't see them, I get concerned because we know what's happening is the tectonic plate is jamming in underneath and creating a pressure. So you know, there should be more quakes coming down here, and we are not seeing any of them. And that means the plate is locked up, and we are getting some push in here. And when it lets go, we'll see a larger quake somewhere, anywhere from, well, I'm guessing pretty much along the whole area here. We're going to see something big popping in the next couple of days. That is my opinion, and that is not fact, okay? But that is what I feel is going to happen because we're missing them. And normally you see some smaller pressure relief quakes in that area, and we're not seeing them. And we also have a shortage of quakes down here on the San Andreas, and we have a fairly large area there where we've got minimal amount of quakes, so maybe there too. So that's something to consider. Nothing new there in the Gulf of what is it, Gulf or Bay? The Baja of California. That's what I'm looking for. We did see some bigger ones here, Dominican Republic region, and that's a 4.1 over there. So that likely affected that area, as well as Puerto Rico and possibly Haiti. And we'll see what goes on there. Sliding down the coast a little bit more. We don't see anything here in Mexico, and that is okay. And going down here into, is that Peru or Chile? That's Chile, and that is from 1428, 109.7 kilometers down for that, 4.5 in magnitude. Next one, 4.7 from San Pedro de, what is it, Atacama, Chile. Atacama? I heard there's some hieroglyphs there. Anyway, that's from 3:04 a.m. and that was 176.4 kilometers down for that, and one not too far away from it, 4.3 from yesterday at 2030, 144.6 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more, we don't see anything in the South Sandwich Island region. Moving on, we go over to New Zealand, and Arturo, you're not shaking there. It's all good. And it looks like this area here has reworked itself, and that's actually a part of Tonga, but that is the Kermadec Ridge as it goes along there, and it's a 5.2 from yesterday at 21:45, 10 kilometers down. And the other one is a little bit, no, I thought it was bigger. It's a 5.2 as well from 9:41 a.m. today, 14.4 kilometers down. and the other one 5.0, and they're all considered to be in the Tonga region, but that is that swarm we've seen before. 11:07 for the time on this one, 10 kilometers down, and we're okay with that. We do see 2 in Fiji here, 4.4 for that one. 7:32 is the time on that, 607 kilometers down for him, and the other one is a 5.7, and definitely a little bit bigger. They would have definitely felt that over in Fiji and the surrounding islands. And 13:59 is the time on that, 547.8 kilometers down for that one. Moving on a little bit, we see one here in Papua New Guinea, 4.5, 8:38 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that one. And this one here, Tual, Indonesia, and that is 4.6 from 2:56 a.m. our time, 93.7 kilometers down. And we don't see anything around Java or those areas, but we get over here beside Sumatra, we see a 5.5, and that one is, and there's another one underneath it out there as well. We've got the 5.5 from 2:39 a.m., 22.4 kilometers down for it. And here's the other one, a 4.7 from 1:44 a.m. And just looking at the times. So yeah, if those, this is a foreshock, that's the aftershock. That's interesting. Size-wise, anyway, a 1:44 a.m. for that one, 20 kilometers down, or 20.1 kilometers. Not seeing anything else in the area there, nothing else in Indonesia or in the Philippines. We move on up and get to Japan, and we do see a sizable quake there, 5.0, right off the coast of Shingu, Japan, if I said it correctly. 17:33 is the time on that one, and 411.6 kilometers down. That is because of the Pacific plate subducting underneath there. And we've already talked about the Kamchatka Peninsula, so we'll carry on. And let's see, where was there? Yeah, this was an older quake. We did see that 6.0 there before. Not seeing anything in China, Tajikistan, or the other countries there, like Pakistan or so on. Nothing new for Turkey, or nothing around the Arabian microplate there. We don't see anything showing up on this map for the Aegean plate either, so everything is kind of calm, cool, and collected there. We do have 2, though, out on the mid-Atlantic ridge, and that one is 4.5, northern mid-Atlantic ridge, 17:07 is the time on that, 10 kilometers down. The other one is central mid-Atlantic ridge, a 4.8 from 11:02, 14.3 kilometers down for that. That's basically our earthquakes around the world. Let's zoom in on Hawaii and see what the heck is shaking there. Luihi Seamound, way out here. Luihi Seamound. And that is a 2.6 from 18:01. Remember, Hawaiian time is 3 hours later than, or earlier than, if you take off 3 hours, that's 15:01 or 3:01 in the afternoon of Hawaii time. 6.5 kilometers down, and yes, that is right on the edge of the Luihi Seamound. There you can see it. And that is where we see it. It's interesting to have that happen. Let's zoom in here. We have a few, and Pahala region, and normally between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so I won't mention the depths, and we'll carry on. 1.7614 is the time on that. 1.8, 9:29. And then we got a 1.9 over here, 2251 yesterday. And this one is a 2.1 from 1922 today. And we'll carry on. We'll grab this new one up here, 2.2, and that is from 2011 our time, and that'd be 1711 Hawaii time, or 5:11 p.m. And it's 5.7 kilometers below sea level for that guy. And this one is right on the coast, and that is at 2.4, 1721 is the time for him. And this one is a 2.2, 6:51 is the time on that one. And this is a 2.1 from 1412, and that is it for the Pahala region. Let's have a look at the Kilauea region. We have 2 quakes, that's it. This one is 1.9 from 1232, and that is 3.7 kilometers below sea level. And the other one within the caldera, or underneath the caldera, it's a 2.5 from yesterday at 2256. And well, I was going to say 2256, take 3 hours off, that's 1956 or 7:56 p.m. And that does not coincide with the advent of our demise of the southwest event there. That happened earlier. And this one is, of course, 100 meters below sea level, so still quite a ways down, a couple of kilometers at that point. Not seeing anything else there. We're going to have a quick peek over at the other place that we love to go, and of course that is the Canary Islands. I'm going to refresh that screen though, and just to make sure we are up to date. And first what we want to do is kind of zoom out a little bit and look up top here. These quakes in this area, at least these two, are part of the East Azores fault. This one is from today at 2140 UTC, and it's a 3.2 in magnitude, and that is 1 kilometer down according to the map. And the other one over here is 2.6 from 2347, and that is 30 kilometers down, so a little bit deeper. They're showing a third quake, that is this guy. That is from the 19th, or yesterday at 6:11 a.m. at 2.4, and that is a surface quake, no depth indicated. So let's zoom in here a little bit though. La Palma is what we want to look at. I just happen to see this guy out here. That is from the 18th, 2.2, 11:42 on the 18th. Let's just take a quick peek at La Palma and see what's happening there at our wonderful La Palma. So if you watch on the map, you'll see where it lights up there. And that could, that is actually part of the lava flow area. Tezacorte, southeast Tezacorte area, and the quake is indicating 1 kilometer down. And that could be a compression quake from 2342, and it's only a 0.8 though, so it could very well be exactly that, a compression from a lava. And the next one that we see is actually out in the water, and that is a 0.9. That is not compression, that's a 12 kilometers down. It happened at 1:55 a.m. The other ones are all from yesterday and prior, so we're not going to worry about those. But that is what we're seeing there. So we had on the 19th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 small quakes on the 19th, and I think we may have gone through those. But I am interested though in this one, that compression quake, Tezacorte, of course, the town of Tezacorte was wiped out when Cumbre Vieja basically poured lava right through it, and it, it was disturbing, to say the least, and to watch some of their very valued assets, the church, the demise of their town completely, all of it to be buried in lava, and how do you deal with it, right? Anyway, it is time for a break, you guys. I'm going to go do that. Let's put you back on the shot here. We're going to put it back on the quad shot here, if I can, and that one, of course, switched back to lower stuff. And there we go. We'll leave it on there for right now, and I am going to turn that volume back up so you can hear some of that bubbling of the lava and stuff like that. So keep an eye on that. We'll keep that there. And yes, that big glow over here, that is called the moon, just so you know. It's not a spaceship. All right. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break. When we come back, we will take a look at the SO2 maps around the world. Right now, you get to watch Popocatépetl as it is erupting. And that, of course, is about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City in Mexico. I'll be back. Keep smiling, be good, and behave. Play nice in the lava. And no shooting the moon down. And no jumping over the moon. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. And yep, that is duct tape. Sorry, Sue. I didn't mean to make you jump. I try to be polite about things here and not really throw too much out. I used duct tape to put around the duck beak. I don't think it helped. That's funny. I hear him. He's still here. Thank you for the welcome backs there, Mars and Kananaska's country, and Sue as well, even though she's still trying to put herself back together. Oh boy. Yep. So a little bit of activity from Popocatépetl, and that is always awesome to see that. Thanks to Sue. Anyway, we're going to continue on with our other stuff, though. I'm going to turn that volume back off for now, and we will get back to that. I found my heart in the mud. Just a quick rinse. You need a hogwash there, Sue. Hogwash. Let's see. Clean it up there, Sue. That'll work. And that always comes in handy. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back over and we'll see what we've got for our SO2 map. And I hate leaving Popocatépetl, but I am going to go do some recording after I have my dinner and after the stream, and that will be some of what we're doing. We're going to really shorten our weather very major-like because of the time frame involved. Anyway, let's do a quick refresh on the screen. Although, look at what's going on here. Hawaii. Wow, that is pretty interesting. Going to refresh and see what we've got going on right now. So, Kamchatka Peninsula, not too much happening there. Well, regular stuff from Shivalesh and the rest of our wonderful volcanoes there. And that includes Ibico down here on Paramashur Island. And of course, we see the circulation of a big low there doing its thing. So that is keeping all the SO2 in that area. Looks like most of, yeah, really clear up in Alaska and let's see, well, most of Canada is not bad, with the exception of what we're seeing here in Ontario. Perhaps there's another fire happening. Hopefully it's nothing major for those guys. We are still seeing some SO2 up in Quebec as well, likely from more fires. And not sure about down east, and we see a bunch of SO2 from St. John's area. Hopefully that is not something, and that is New Brunswick. Hopefully it's not a fire happening there. And let's take a look. Well, I'm curious. Let's look at Hawaii here for a minute. So earlier we seen that blob was sitting right over top of it. I'm curious though why we're seeing so much SO2 output right now. You know, we seen less while it was in its full eruptive state. So why are we seeing so much after it basically shut down? I guess it's out of gas now, but there is quite a bit of SO2 there. That cloud is very heavy. And some of those areas, well, it's not that heavily concentrated, but still not good for you to be breathing. And not sure, but it looks like Popocatépetl, that circulation here is continuing. It's now up here, it looks like in Texas and northern Mexico, and we are seeing that circulation continue to go around. It's pulled a lot of the heavier SO2 just up in the northern areas here, going through the Baja and the Gulf of California, or whatever they call that, and going up into parts of Arizona and Albuquerque is just skirting it there, New Mexico, and of course Texas and Oklahoma are seeing some of that SO2. And we see it dropping back down and recirculating. So very interesting to see that. The stuff for here, Central America, Nevado del Ruiz making a long plume, probably a Cotopaxi or one of the other ones there in Colombia as well, doing its thing. This would be likely from, that is Costa Rica. I wonder where that's actually coming from, that SO2. Not just a population area. Maybe over here. And kind of makes a guy wonder. Let's get rid of that. So interesting to see that plume the way it is. Let's continue on down south. And it looks like this, of course, Sabancaya has produced quite a bit, and that's going into Bolivia, and of course saturated the coastline. And then we get into Chile via Rica and industrial stuff for this one, and that is kind of what we're seeing. So we see a lot of that SO2 in Bolivia right now, unfortunately, and not good for them. We're not seeing very much coming out of here anymore, and I'm wondering if that was, of course, our Easter Island area, and we are still seeing this plume here, and that, of course, coming from the Kermadec Ridge area, and looks like possibly two locations from the way it's dispersed here. And we'll see. There's a big system coming through, so maybe that'll help wash some of that SO2 out of the air. But Kermadec Ridge, of course, with the multiple quakes that we've seen there, could very well have a submarine volcano. And of course, we're seeing the normal stuff there in Australia. Not going to worry about that. Tofua out here in Tonga doing its thing. Yasur and Gawa and Aoba are working on that. Papua New Guinea, pretty normal. Luotalak there, doing a pretty normal there as well. And then, of course, Semeru making this area. And this, of course, and you gotta add people in here as well, because Indonesia's fairly heavily populated, so always add your elements of people to the equation, not just the SO2 from the volcanoes. Merapi in the middle here, and then of course Jakarta and Krakatau, and of course Krakatau is right there in the middle, and that is the old Krakatoa volcano that blew itself to bits and pieces. And aloha to Duchess of Elements, good to see you. And looks like not so much from Ibu and Dakono today, and they're a little bit easier going, and we see a little bit there from our wonderful Mayon and Bulasan, and likely a Taal volcano right there. And well, I carry on with the rest of this. I'm going up. China is pretty normal. We see a huge plume coming out from a Shanghai area, and that is drifting up into Japan. And let's see, this one, of course, from Suwanoshijima, and that is that area there, what is affected. Not so much coming from Sakurajima, and I'm kind of surprised at that. Yesterday it was really heavy, and of course, and also with ASO, not anywhere near as bad as what it was yesterday. Zooming in here though, Tokyo, yeah, not bad from Tokyo, but we know where this is coming from. Sama. Sama-san, as we seen earlier, was off-gassing very, very heavily today. And that is what's causing that extra area up there. And back to the Kamchatka Peninsula, we'll leave that be. And go over to India. We see the eastern portions are still very heavily laden with SO2. That storm looks like it's still creating a low and a circulation here, even though it's past Delhi and all those places. So likely some more rain in there, helping to clean the air for those guys. South Africa, the gold smelting plants are still doing their thing. And what is it? Naya. Oh boy, and now I messed it up. Goma 1 and 2. Yeah, Niragongo and Naya Muragira. There we go. Thanks, Sue. Yeah, Niragongo and Naya Muragira. They're in the Democratic of the Congo, and that's what we're seeing. Still unable to discern what is coming from Urta Ale, which should be right about there. We do see a lot of the SO2 in the Arabian countries here, and Iraq and Iran as well. Those are, of course, the oil refineries doing their thing. And let's get over to Italy or Sicily. And we see that, yes, we have some output from our Stromboli, but we also have a lot more coming from Mount Etna. Not anything unreasonable though, and most of that is drifting down into Libya and the southern part of Tunisia. Looks like not bad for Portugal, Spain, France. most of Germany and a lot of the European countries, not that bad till you get into eastern Germany and Poland, and also not bad for Denmark and England and Ireland, and of course the northern countries here looking pretty good. And zooming back in on Iceland, it looks pretty good there. We don't see anything near as heavy as what we did yesterday, so kind of neat to see that. Anyway, I did say we will do a weather, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. We'll take a look at it. I need to get some food into my system, and it is getting to that 4-hour mark for the stream being on. So quick peek, we see still quite warm in Alaska, warm up in the Northwest Territories, up in the 20s, and that includes in the Yukon. Southern Alberta is now got that cold, this cold patch here, southern British Columbia and southern Alberta, and also going into Idaho and Montana and Wyoming and Washington as well. So some spots in there that are very cold. We'll leave that be. I'm not going to worry about temperatures right now. Winnipeg area of 27, 28 degrees. They've got that high sitting in here, the higher temperatures, and that is awesome to see. But that, of course, brings along fires and stuff like that. And that is what we're seeing in there. And looks like northern parts of Quebec, as well as Labrador, are getting some heat also, whereas the southerly areas here are colder. And Cole Harbour, I don't know what the temperature is there, probably about 11 degrees. That's about the same as yesterday, wasn't it, Sue? 13 degrees, that is awesome, and glad you got that. And going down the coast here, Portland 15, San Jose coming in about 15, LA coming in about 18. And we are going to take a peek at Death Valley though. Looks like up to 36 degrees is what I've seen in there, so that is pretty awesome still for this time of night. And Las Vegas coming in at about 29. Thanks, Sue, 35 in Death Valley. We got about 30, 31 there in Mexicali. Phoenix, real quick, 33 right now. Tucson coming in at 32. We'll skip most of the other ones. I'm looking for the cold zones here, or the hot zones. 37 along the border region here. We do see a 38 in Mexico, and we see 37s as well, and 38s in Texas along the Mexican border. So that is pretty hot, 30 something. Let's see if we find hotter spots than that. And looks like a 38 is about the highest that we've seen so far. Not seeing too warm there in Mexico City, and that is anywhere from 22 to 24. Zooming in here a little bit, we see 35. Not quite as hot as up north, but that is okay. Acapulco coming in at about 30 degrees, a nice place. And looking at the Yucatan Peninsula area, we're seeing up to about 35 degrees Celsius. Cancun 28 right now, and sliding through Central America, about 30 is the high right now in Colombia. And we see the jungle areas doing pretty normal there, holding in at 24, 25, 26. Gets a little colder once we get down south here though. Rio de Janeiro only 17, Sao Paulo is 13. We can see that cutoff line for our temperature. Some of that is climbed in there. The cold stuff, Buenos Aires are coming in at about 11 degrees, 12 degrees. Paysandú sitting at about 10. and very cold in the southern portions of Argentina. Don't go there, it's the wrong time of year. Looking at, there's that low that I was seeing. That, of course, is creating bad weather for the North Island of New Zealand. A quick peek there. Christchurch coming in about 12 or 13, Wellington 14, and we've got Hastings sitting at 13, about 12 in Taupo, and Auckland coming in about 15, and then we've got some wind-driven areas anywhere from 13 to 15 there on the peninsula. Going over to Hobart, we see Tasmania not so warm. We got 8 in Hobart, and anywhere from about 3 or 4 up to about 10 degrees is the maximum. Looks cold again in southern portions of Australia. We got 10 in Melbourne, Auckland. No, what is it? It's not Auckland. It's Adelaide. There we go. That's better. 10, 11 degrees over there. Canberra coming in about 9 degrees. A little warmer in Sydney at 14, and about 19 or so there for Brisbane, home of Oz. We are seeing some temperatures up on the top here. 30s, 32 is the highest that I've seen so far, so that is not bad for the northern parts. And a quick peek, we do have cooler areas out here, and that is anywhere, well, 18, 19, some of those places there. The further north you go, the warmer it gets, of course. So the Kermadec Islands and those areas a little bit on the chilly side. Papua New Guinea looks pretty normal. Same thing with Indonesia, Java, and those places. We have about 28 there in Singapore, and looks like about 30, 31 there in Bangkok. Thank you, Sue, for bringing that up. It's 32 degrees, it says. And we got about 31 or so there in Manila as well in the Philippines. Moving on up a little bit more, we do see Japan has still got some nice temperatures. Tokyo is about 25 right now. Sapporo 23. Kamchatka Peninsula, well, on the western side is looking at 20, 21 degrees. Eastern side a lot cooler, single digits, because of that low. And up here we are seeing up to 32, 33 degrees, up melting the permafrost up in the north in Russia. And looking at the rest of these areas, let's see if we can find some really high temps. Pakistan has some 38 degrees there. We do see some warmer temps up in the northern portions as well. And what is it? Oh, there we go. 41 degrees in Iran. And I ran away from that. That is pretty warm. South Africa not doing so good. They've got some below freezing temperatures. Hope it's not snowing down there. And we are seeing some reasonable low 30 degree temperatures in the Sahara Desert. Looking at Piggy's place real quick, and Piggy has got about 23 or 24 degrees right now. I don't know exactly where it's at, but it looks pretty warm for nighttime temperatures. Warm enough for spiders to climb in. And of course, we got to go over here as well. Looks like pretty awesome there. Radanzo sitting at about 18. Thank you, Sue, and Catania 22. So pretty awesome temps. Naples are coming in at 20. Rome is 20, and 21 in Milano up in the north. Looks like Sardinia is starting to heat up as well. Really good to see that. Madrid's sitting at 19. Lisbon is at about 18. And let's grab a couple here. Nantes is 16, 19 in Paris, and Munich sitting at 19 right now. Frankfurt is 19. Cologne coming in at about 20, and about 19 at the Valens place, and about 18 at Brussels. OFU Lux 15 to 16 for pardon me, for his spaceship areas in Luxembourg. And looks like about 18 degrees or so there in Holland, and 21 in Berlin. We see 20 in Hamburg. Copenhagen coming in at about 18, 17 in Aarhus, and going up to Oslo we see 16, Stockholm 16, and St. Petersburg 15, Moscow coming in at 11. And let's have a quick peek at England, if we can find it. There it is. I found it. It's floating away. 17 there in London. Looks like slightly cooler there in Wales, but not by much. Leeds 14, Glasgow coming in about 14, Aberdeen sitting at 13, Scotland slightly cooler there in the, but still very nice, 11, 12 degrees. That's not bad for this time of day. And Dublin 14, and of course 16 on the other side. We see that. There we go. Thank you, Sue. And of course the last one we're going to look at is here at Reykjavik, and that is 7 or 8 degrees is what we're seeing. We're seeing that flow come to the south again rather than from the south pushing north. That'll make a big difference in temperatures. Really super quick peek at precipitation. We do see some systems there in Alaska, Northwest Territories, and the Yukon. Of course, the system that came through yesterday has mostly dissipated for us. We are still seeing some storms coming through the Rocky Mountains south of Calgary. Looks like we have got some stuff here from Montana going into southern Saskatchewan. And looks like some nasty storm weather going through places like Brandon, Manitoba, and heading on up. And that area likely going to move eastward, so Winnipeg will probably see some of that. And ice rain up here, wow. And Quebec, northern portions, as well as there in the Hudson's Bay, looks like dry in the eastern side of Canada. Variable weather, lots of little storms there in the southeastern portion of the United States, and that includes Grandma B's house. She's going to get some rain, and we've got rain and thunderstorms in many different places in Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Florida down here. And looks like both Louisiana and Mississippi are getting some of that as well from a separate system. A few storms down there in Texas, nothing major. Central America definitely getting nailed again. Looks like Mexico is not so bad right now. And looking at the southern portions here of South America, not that bad. And here we can see what I was talking about with that weather coming in for our New Zealand people on the North Island. So hopefully they will be okay. Tasmania looks dry right now, but we do see this circulation down here. And it looks like Adelaide is getting wet, and we've got a streak across here of some moisture being dropped. And looks like the other places here that are, this is kind of like right along that Kermadec Ridge. Hopefully they're not getting too stormed out and quakes at the same time. Looks like the other areas, light rain in those places. Until you get over to Papua New Guinea, then things start to get a little messy again. Looks like Java isn't too bad, but Sumatra may be a little bit heavier as far as rain. Singapore, rain there. Looks like a rain in Bangkok, and also in those countries, Myanmar, etc. Philippines definitely getting wet. And here's that nasty system that is sitting on top of Japan, also in the Sea of Japan, and getting into both North and South Korea. Moving up, we do see that circulation there for the Kamchatka Peninsula. They're getting some moisture. And here's that storm in India. And I'm wondering how much water that's actually dropping as it slides across here. And of course, Bay of Bengal, pretty busy with a bunch of storms. Zooming back out, looks like not that bad for southern Africa, central regions. Pretty normal as far as seeing storms and thunderstorms and rain. Sahara's dry, everything is dry there. Turkey, northern portions have some rain up here in the Black Sea area, as well as this Ankara area. So definitely some there. No rain for Piggy, and it looks like Italy and Sicily are pretty dry. We do see some streaks going through Spain and off the coast of Portugal. And then France has got a system in there as well. Same thing with Germany, and going up into Denmark and out into the sea up here. Not so bad for southern portions of Norway, Sweden, and Finland, but the north looks like they're getting a little bit more. And here's some bad stuff for Iceland in the eastern portions. So that circulation not doing them any good. And if we go up a little bit more, we are seeing more ice rain up here in the Greenland Sea area, as they call it, and snow in Greenland. So that is basically our our weather. Precipitation is what I'm looking for. Boy, I'm messed up with words today. Let's find the cold temperature and see what we got. We know 38 is the high temperature. So let's see what the cold is today. And we'll find it. Maybe a 60. I see a 69 right there. And we'll see, do we have anything colder? Minus a 68, 69. And I may not see anything colder. Minus a 69. And do we have a minus a 70? No, I think that's about it. So minus 69 degrees Celsius there. And just scanning some of the other areas here. There's a 61. And minus 63. Let's zoom in there a little bit and just check around for a second. Yeah, it looks like it's just an isolated spot of a minus 63. So minus 69 degrees is what we have found, and we'll live with that. Well, I don't need to live with it, but it's up there. Or down there, and very, very cold areas of the world. So yeah, there it is on the screen, minus 69. Okay, let's leave it as that. I need to go make some dinner, you guys. We didn't even notice this. They did have the two storms one is now got a name, it's a Brett. The other one is 93L, and that is likely going to move to the west. We'll see that likely infiltrating into the Caribbean islands and pushing through them. We'll see what happens with this one afterwards. I don't think it's not storm season yet. Isn't that supposed to be another couple of months away? And we'll leave it as that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go put this back over here. and we'll keep an eye on Popocatépetl as our way out today. I'm going to see if we can put it back on that multi-screen. There we go. And that, of course, is what's going on there. It looks like it's given up the ghost a little bit on the other ones. So I'll leave it as an end for us on the single shot of Popocatépetl. And hopefully it will erupt a little bit more. Hawaii, just before we leave there, let's just take a quick peek. Really hasn't changed any. They are still scanning around. Nothing has dropped in. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. So thank you everyone for being here today. I really do appreciate all of you. And thanks for being here to all of you. It doesn't matter if you're a lavalier, helping out, support the channel or not. You're still part of the lava family, and we like having people pop in and having it grow a little bit. So thank you to all of you. Big thanks to our moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy and a C&D Boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, Aged Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. And of course our other good people here, Sue, who always provides those wonderful volcano reports. Thank you kindly, Sue. A special acknowledgement for that, because that does help out a whole bunch. And on those notes, Sharon Stewart, thanks for keeping track and tallying the wonderful scores there. And a big thank you to our super chatters of today, and that was Piggy and Michael Olson. Thank you. I really do appreciate the support, guys. On that friendly note, let's put you back over to Popocatépetl. Gonna get that on the screen, and I will call it an evening. Thank you everyone for being here. And oh, hang on, I gotta do yeah, no, I got it here, so I can do that. Let's see if I can move that. I want to move that up to here. There we go. All right. Thank you everyone for being here. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and most of all, stay happy and stay safe from the lava. Uh-oh, we got commercials. Mustard brand, French mustard, yellow mustard. I like yellow mustard. It's good. But I also like Grey Poupon. On those notes, only one thing left for me to add. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is still raining lightly, even though we had a little bit of a break. And hopefully that rain will dissipate by tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Take care. All the best. And we will see you tomorrow night. And for now, oink oink. Good night.
Close your eyes. Just breathe. Reach out